המדינה המארחת, ישראל. Dear athletes and guests, please rise for the national anthem of Israel. גבירותיי ורבותיי, נא לקום לשירת ההמנון הלאומי התקווה עם הזמר טיגרן גספריאן.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Jerusalem Grand Slam meeting, shown live around the world for you by European Athletics. This is a World Continental Tour silver meeting, and over the next few hours we should have some great conditions, in particular for sprinting. It's inside the Give Out Ram Stadium that you can see here as we break for the Israeli national anthem.
נפש יהודי הומיה ולפתי מזרח קדימה עין לציון צופיה עוד לא אבדה תקוותנו התקווה בת שנות 2000 להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון וירושלים להיות עם חופשי בארצנו ארץ ציון וירושלים.
So the crowd in Jerusalem rising and applauding the national anthem there. As I say, inside the Give Out Ram Stadium, and part of this opening ceremony being made now.
Good afternoon, צהריים טובים לכולם. Chairman of the Israeli Athletics Association, Mr. Ami Baram, CEO of the Jerusalem Municipality, Mr. Itzik Lari, Deputy Mayor and Sport Portfolio Holder, Mr. Yossi Chavilio, Executive Director for Sports, Mrs. Liat Pitaro, athletes, competition participants, and distinguished guests. Welcome to Jerusalem. The city of Jerusalem is proud and excited to host for the first time the Grand Slam Winner Jerusalem competition. As a city that really loves sports and encourages sports across its diverse disciplines, we are proud to accommodate a vast variety of international sports events. Speaking of passion for sports, it is most natural for Jerusalem to host the queen of sports athletics and you athletes from all over the world. The competition is a further proof that Jerusalem is celebrating itself as a leading professional sports hub, a city that attracts thousands of sportsmen and women for a wide variety of competition and sport events. In the broader context of international achievements, we're proud and excited to be the appetizer of the oncoming sports events like the European Championship in Athletics, which will take place in Rome next month, and of course the Paris Olympic Games, which will take place in this summer. With such important sports events ahead of us, we understand that having the Grand Slam Winner Jerusalem competition here in the capital of Israel is the most important expression of confidence in Israeli athletics and in the sporting status of our city, Jerusalem. This Grand Slam is also recognized for establishing criteria for better participants in the Olympic Games, making it an important and invaluable opportunity for all of you athletes. I hope and believe that holding the Grand Slam competition for the first time here in Jerusalem is the beginning of the establishment of an important tradition for our city. So we welcome you, and Jerusalem will of course be proud to continue hosting you, the best athletes, and provide the facilities and infrastructure for you to demonstrate your best sporting abilities. So just a minute before I finish my words, I invite you all to find the time to stroll through our beautiful city and explore its wonders. And I wish all of you much success and hope to see each one of you standing here on the stage with your medal, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. תודה רבה לגברת אריאלה רג'ואן. We now give the floor to the local organizing committee president, Mr. עמי ברן. אני מתכבד להזמין את יושב ראש איגוד האתלטיקה ונשיא הוועדה המארגנת, מר עמי ברן.
Dear athletes, coaches, and esteemed friends of the Israel Athletics Association, with great pride and excitement, I congratulate all of you on participating in the historical inaugural event of the Grand Slam winner 2024, taking place here in the capital city of Jerusalem. Against the backdrop of a city where history and the future converge, this event symbolizes a significant step in Israel's athletic journey towards the future. The Israel Athletics Association is proud to host this esteemed event, and we are filled with immense pride as we witness the convergence of talent, dedication, and sportsmanship in our country. Just as our national anthem, Hatikva, Hope, embodies our aspirations, we hold high hopes that this event will pave the way for many more such esteemed gatherings in the future. To the athletes gathered here, you are the heart and soul of this event. Your pursuit of excellence, your determination, and your passion for athletics inspires us all. As you compete on the track and in the field, know that you carry the hopes and dreams of many, and may this event serve as a stepping stone towards achieving our goals, including qualification for the Paris Olympics. Special thanks to the Jerusalem municipality for their unwavering support, to the Sports Betting Board, to the European Athletics and the World Athletics for granting us the privilege to organize this event. Without them, this event would not have been possible. To the organizing committee, the sports department of the Jerusalem municipality, the stadium staff, and the dedicated team of the Israel Athletics Association, I commend your efforts to ensure that this event runs successfully. Your commitment to creating an atmosphere characterized by spirited commitment, camaraderie, and warmth is truly recommendable. As we gather here to celebrate the beauty of athletics and the spirit of unity, let's cherish every moment, build new friendships, and inspire each other to reach greater heights. Perhaps the Grand Slam winner 2024 will be remembered not only for the records broken, but also for the bonds formed and memories created. Thank you.
תודה רבה למר עמי ברן. Please welcome again the Jerusalem Municipality Deputy CEO, Mrs. אריאלה רג'ואן. נקבל שוב את הגברת אריאלה רג'ואן כדי לפתוח רשמית את התחרות.
Okay, are you ready? And now I declare the Grand Slam winner Jerusalem officially opened. Good luck to you all.
And this concludes our opening ceremony. Let the competition start. אנחנו עכשיו נעבור אל השדה ואל התחרויות.
So meeting now ready to begin, and as you can see, we're going to have some women's discus action to get us underway in just a few minutes' time inside the Givat Ram Stadium in Jerusalem. And quite a few of the field events specifically do have strong Israeli athletes, so opportunity for them to be among a good standard of competition and perhaps produce personal best. You can see Estelle Valianu, who has been part of European athletics beams before, notably at the European Team Championships in Warsaw in Poland last year, as you will see quite a few familiar faces, of course.
תודה יובל, אז אנחנו ממש עוד מעט נתחיל ב5:30, יהיה לנו את זריקת הדיסקוס לנשים, אני אישית מאוד מצפה לזה, לאסתר בליאנו שם, לאחר מכן קפיצה לארוך רק לגברים, 2,000 מכשולים לנשים, זריקת דיסקוס לגברים, 200 מטרים, הריצות גמר ב' וגמר א', לאחר מכן ריצות ה100 מטרים, גם הן המסקרנות, קפיצה לגובה שם בין לבין לגברים, לאחר מכן 100 מטרים משוכות לנשים, קפיצה משולשת לנשים, 110 מטרים משוכות לגברים, נהיה גם עם מקצה השטיחים 4 פעמים 100 מטרים, הטלת כידון, 400 משוכות לנשים, ולקינוח, ריצת 800 מטרים לגברים, והולך להיות מעניין.
In the high jump, someone who won the European Under-20 title and World Under-20 title in the same year.
Well, we are here in Jerusalem, very happy to host this competition.
Really, broke onto the
One of
scene
the symbols of Jerusalem is the roaring lion.
Not too many
and this is
Israeli
the mascot
gold medals,
of
of course,
our competition.
including at those age group levels. So that really was a very special performance that, as a result, made some quite big headlines.
Jeremy, the mascot of the event. Jeremy is strong, he is the king of the beasts. He shows the power, the strength, and he's very happy to host and hopefully not to eat anybody here tonight. Come to me, Jeremy, come to me. Are you excited? How do you feel this evening? Well, you can't hear, but he's super excited.
So the
Jeremy, I know that
just,
you are a great athlete, but you are much better
some
in
instructions.
dancing
Looks like they'll have
discipline.
to play some
So
sort of game,
let's
but,
show us how you know dance. Come with me. Come with me
discus.
to the spectators and let's dance.
very enthusiastic spectators going along with the dancing request. So as I say, women's discus will be the first event. In a few minutes' time, you're watching live coverage of the Grand Slam winner Jerusalem. We have quite an exciting program, not just at this event, but in terms of streaming all of the World Tour, Continental Tour silver and bronze meetings that are coming up, and you can have a look at the European Athletics social media channels in order to see the schedule for that. But it is obviously an Olympic year and one that has European Championships approaching fast. And for that reason, pretty much every day of the week we are seeing great performances. There's an energy, there's a pulse to seeing different countries, different athletes, and real breakthroughs. And it's becoming really quite exciting. You don't know where to look. You feel like you have to keep your finger on that pulse as the results. Some really surprising in a good way coming through. Especially because the European Championships comes up quite quickly in the year, as we know, early June, and that means you have to qualify by the end of May. So there's a bit of a rush to get those performances in some cases.
Good afternoon, everybody, and let the show begin, or the competition. Let's meet the athletes in the discus throw women. Oh, this is not the one. This is not the one. This is not the one. Representing Cyprus, Brasivolo. Representing Italy, Stefania Sturmilo.
So this is what the athletes were getting ready for, this
Representing the Czech Republic,
introduction.
Representing Hungary, Dora Kerekes. Representing Israel, Estelle Valeno.
Estelle Valeno getting the biggest cheer.
Carolina Urban.
Carolina Urban of Poland.
Representing Israel, Leah Guy.
Leah Guy, also another Israeli athlete, improved to 46 meters 10 this year.
Martina Dobrovolska.
Martina Dobrovolska of Poland, also
This
54
is
meters
discus throw
at
women.
best.
Let them win.
So nice little creative introduction before the athletes get ready to throw.
אז על הלוח אתם רואים את רשימת המשתתפות, יש לנו כמה משתתפות מאוד מעניינות, כמובן שאנחנו נשים לב יותר מכולן לאסטל ולאנו, שיש שיא מהשנה שעברה של 58-25, והשנה עשתה 57-53, נקבל שיפור אולי לתוצאת השנה, אולי אפילו לשיא אישי, מי יודע, שיא ישראלי עומד על 59-92, נקבע ב-2008 של סיוון ג'אן, אני רק ככה מציין את זה, שיהיה לכם את זה בראש. יש לנו גם כמובן עוד ספורטאית ישראלית כאן, את ליה גיא עם שיא אישי של 46-10, ונקווה לשיפור שלה, שיא שהשיגה השנה. יש כמה ספורטאיות מעניינות מאוד גם שהגיעו אלינו מחול. אחת מהן סטפניה סטרומילו, האיטלקיה, היא אלופת איטליה 4 פעמים. היא גם מדליסטית ארד מהאוניברסיאדה מ-2015. יש לה שיא אישי של 59-80, אומנם השנה לא התקרבה אליו, אבל יש לה את זה בידיים. גם ברבורה טיחה שראיתם שם, היא אלופת צ'כיה פעמיים, שהשיא אישי של 56, זה גם קרוב מאוד לשיאים האישיים שאנחנו מדברים עליהם כאן של אסטל, וגם סגנית אלופת אירופה לנוער מ-2017, קרולינה אורבן הפולניה, שיא אישי של 59-81. המשמעות היא שבכל מקרה צפויה לנו כאן תחרות צמודה.
So this is Paraskevoulia
קרובות ובשיאים אישיים קרובים, וכולן כמובן רוצות את הניקוד הגבוה. זה אולי זה חשוב מאוד להזכיר, זה שאנחנו סילבר לייבל, כלומר דרג כסף. זה אומר שעל כל ניצחון כאן המקבלות המנצחות ומקבלים המנצחים הרבה מאוד ניקוד לדירוג הבינלאומי, שהוא היום הדרך
host the World Continental Tour Silver Meeting. Of course, Jerusalem, this very stadium, did host the European Under-18s, and then last year, a year later, European Under-20 Championships. Prior to that, Tel Aviv had hosted European Team Championships, which Cyprus has hosted as well. Lower divisions. Of course, there's the newer model where we've moved to have all divisions in one same event, in one stadium, taking place across a series of days, a longer series of days, of course. Stefania Strumio of Italy next inside the circle. First round of the discus for Strumio. Tries to establish that balance and a nice rotational acceleration. Officials straight into measure. So just try and get our bearings for the lines laid out in the sector. All athletes should get 6 attempts here, by the way, 8 entering the competition, 51-54. Personal best of 53.70. Barbara Tisha of Czechia next in. You can see their personal best of over 56 meters, so perhaps she'll be about to go into an early lead here in round number 1. Sun glistening down onto that circle. So there we have that 55 meter line, which I suspect most athletes will be pretty close to going over.
23, רומילו היא זו שמובילה, זה נראה רחוק יותר, שהיא תלך ותוביל בתחרות, נראה את המדידה.
Tisha again picking up nice speed through the rotation. 53.42 for her. So music inside the stadium providing a nice atmosphere here. And Tisha at this very early stage is our leader in the women's discus, Dora Kerekes of Hungary. So that's cut through the air fairly cleanly. Went off a little towards the left-hand side and lost a bit of distance there. So maybe around 50 meters there. And you can see there just the slight over rotation in the circle. That's the difference that it can make. 51.13 for Kerekes of Hungary. Now, it is 27 degrees inside this Givat Ram Stadium. You can see there is a little bit of wind. It's 28% humidity. Most of the athletes will be pretty used to these conditions. So Valianu of Israel, who someone that studied at Harvard University in the US, from Ramat Gan. She studied actually engineering sciences, which is fairly unusual for an athlete. Studied to become an engineer as well. Obviously getting into Harvard in the first place, let alone being an international athlete, is something that impresses. 24 years of age now, winner of multiple national titles across the discus and shot put, that combination we so often see. 51.23 in this first round. On to Karolina Urban of Poland. Urban, former European under-20 silver medalist. That was in Grosseto in Italy in 2017. Of course, we've had 3 editions of those particular championships since then. One of the events that continued in spite of the pandemic, partly helped by the fact that it was in the summer of 2021 and prior to that summer of 2019. And of course the European Senior Championships in Paris it was going to be in 2020. Of course, sadly wasn't a way to feasibly put that on at the time due to circumstances that naturally weren't previously foreseen. Leah Guy of Israel comes in with that recent personal best of 46.10, and yeah, quite a few athletes, including the Israelis, have improved in this stadium. One of 2 main athletic stadiums in the country, really, along with Hadar Yosef in Tel Aviv. Next we'll be on to the second of the 2 Polish athletes, Martina Dobrowolska. So she gets to grips with the discus for the first time in this competition. Nice wide arm span. Again, another that just goes a bit short of 50 meters. And in fact, in the end, no measurement. So we'll go through these rounds fairly quickly with the 8 athletes involved. On to number 2, as we suspected. I think she might have fouled that one. Tisha, remember, leading with 53.42. And Urban on 52.14 and 51.54 for Stefania Strumio. This is Paraskevula Thrasivulu of Cyprus. Her and Valianu with the same measurement of 51.23 for equal 4th place. Dobrovolska, in fact, the only athlete without a valid measurement to this point. Strumio 51.54. So trying to build rhythm within the competition. Red flag coming up for Thrastivulu before her. We have 6 athletes over 51 metres. And then Leah Guy on 42.48 and Dobrovolska without a mark so far. Well, as you'd expect, a lot of athletics happening all the way around the world this weekend. Started off with some great performances on Friday night. Yesterday as well, and today also. So Strumio moving into the lead with 55.37, that result coming through. And it's a lead of 1 metre, 95 centimetres for the Italian. Her best performance so far this year. But may have a rival to that as well, with Kerikesh out of the circle now. Still largely in that stage where it's not really surprising to set a season's best in the middle of May. But there is a real sense that if you want to be sure of your qualification for European Championships, ultimately you have to be out there competing now. Kerikesh with 53.92. So that is more like what we expected of her. What about Valianu? Another capable of topping these standings if she can get it right. So maybe again a slight over-rotation as we'd seen from Kerikesh. So waiting for Valianu's measurement to come up in the second round. Tisha, no improvement actually, 52.45. And she's in third place now, the Czech. Urban, who is in fourth, 52.14. Valianu now moving up to second place as that measurement comes through with 54.62. Just robbed her of 2 meters there, casually. But yes, Strumio's lead cut then, and was 2 meters, and is now around 70 centimeters. 65, I make it. Leah Guy, really the target for her is a personal best, and to put a good account of herself. 46-meter thrower, and other athletes, as we said, capable of over 55 and 50. So to get closer to that 50 margin would be a target for her long term. So athletes really settling into their rhythm following the first action of the day. Really always difficult to be the first to get going. Obviously it's not early in the morning, but obviously starting out, having been ready to go, I'm sure this is probably a good time to have started as well, rather than to wait until too late in the evening, by the time fatigue sets in a bit. But most athletes pretty good at conditioning themselves. But remember speaking a couple of weeks ago to some athletes saying that there's an optimal window really, early to mid-afternoon, where you're well rested enough without being tired, and it's quite natural maybe to have had a lunchtime meal a couple or a few hours before. In we go to round number 3 of 6, of course. So it's Strumio from Valianu and Kerikesh. All athletes have now registered a valid mark, because Karolina Urban has gone out to 52.14, and Martina Dobrovolska, her teammate, 51.66. Remote control car racing off to collect that discus. White flag for our leader. Want to extend that margin over Valianu, the home favourite. So this is obviously the first event of the day. There are 6 field events scheduled, including women's javelin, as well as triple jump and men's high jump, men's long jump, men's discus as well. But always nice when the field has centre stage for a time before we move on to track, and I'm sure we'll cut between the two when they are simultaneous. 42, so that mark there on the left of your screen because it's the best that Tisha has managed from the first round, when she was also our early leader for a brief period, and is now down in 4th place. Tisha once again with really good rotational acceleration, maintaining good balance, good momentum through the turns. I think she'll be hoping for a little bit more distance as well. Try and climb that leaderboard once again. So, fairly consistent with 3 throws within a metre of one another, but no improvement just yet. On to Kedekesh of Hungary in 3rd place now. So noise levels raised as Valianu back into the circle. No improvement for Kedekesh. Valianu though, you can see just had to wind herself down after getting ready to throw. And that's difficult to do. She just needs to take a moment to compose herself and refocus. Let's see how that went. Always difficult in that scenario, and doesn't look to be any improvement there on 54.62. Of course, she is under a good amount of pressure really, because she has an opportunity she'll really want to make the most of. And just has to make sure she kind of channels that energy in the right way. That's the home favourite, chasing down Stefania Stromio. Carolina Urban, certainly capable of more than 52.14. Discus rolls along the line, but obviously measured from where first landed. Polish athlete not giving too much away in terms of emotion. She knows that she can throw further, but you can see an improvement by effectively a metre. Pretty much keeps her in 5th place, but has cut the gap. Leah Guy did manage to improve also by more than a metre in round number 2, 43.83, and hope this is a white flag. Should be, because it's really strong over 45 metres clearly there. 51.66 so far for Dobrovolska. The guy, in fact, setting a new personal best just then, improving on the previous 46.10 by 21 centimetres. So that's all you can ask really for her, producing her best on the day. That particular throw didn't cut cleanly through the air for Dobrovolska, and she may well have stepped out the circle there deliberately. Indeed. So top three going into round number 4. You can see Strumio, Valianu, Kerekes, and best part of 1.5 metres, a little more in fact, separating that top trio. You're watching live coverage of this meeting in Jerusalem. World Continental Tour Silver Grand Slam winner really obvious that Estelle Valianu is enjoying this competition and the opportunity it brings. Personal best set in Austin, Texas last year, 58.25. Also a great hammer thrower, 57 metres. As we see the kiss cam in the crowd. So as you can see, we've moved away from the kiss cam, a way of interacting with the crowd, and back on to second half of the discus competition. And for Leah Guy, can she get over 47 metres for the first time? Perhaps that could be the next target. Chatting away to her teammate Valianu between efforts. It's interesting. Obviously it is 27 degrees, but they are putting on layers in between throws. A little bit surprised by that. It certainly looks like nice weather, but actually now I see the flags fluttering, it maybe is a little bit windy. 44.95 for Guy in this fourth round, in which the order is obviously reset. So 8th place all the way up to first, throwing last. That will be Stefania Stromio, courtesy of her 55.53. So, by the way, the schedule's available on the meeting website, which is at jgsm.org.il. So JGSM, Juliet Guitar Sierra Mother.org.il. Martina Dobrovolska, just the one valid throw so far. Same could be said of Thrasivulu until that 47.72 just a moment ago. Carolina Urban really putting all the energy she had into that. Just dropped inside the line. So does get that white flag, the athlete from Poland in 5th place. So as we so often see, athletes really trying to pull everything together. Get those extra few centimetres, maybe even metres in the second half of the competition. 52.90. So at least 4 throws within a metre of each other. Another way of measuring success by way of consistency. Underrated so often. Putting that good series together, as Tisha has done as well, the Czech athlete. 4th place. Needs half a metre to improve on what Kedekesh in front of her has done. Picks up good speed through the circle, and discus almost digs itself in the ground as it lands on that surface. Red flag. Kedekesh, as we often see, the athletes almost looking like they're juggling with the discus, but it's just getting more comfortable as you get into the circle, really making sure that you and the implement have that kind of synergy. So looking for strong footwork, upper body strength, really whips her way through that turn and out to something similar to what she has done in round number 2, where that best measurement you can see was set. Results, by the way, available on athletics.app. So that is a website as well as an application you can download on your mobile phone. So Valiano in second place, 54.62. Haven't quite seen that Kedekesh throw measurement come up at this point. Tisha before that with the red flag. Not expecting an improvement though for Valianu. 53.61 and 52.56 for Kedekesh. So Stromio will want to hold on to this victory as 2 rounds in order to defend her position. Can she extend her lead as she did in the last round, where she went some 16 centimetres further than the 55.37 from round number 2. Strumio making it look quite easy so far. She's the one extracting really closest to her best of the throwers with longer PBs. And Leah Guy with the best throw of her life so far at 46.31 from round number 3. I think it's probably beneficial that the athletes don't have to wait very long between each round as well. Helps just establish that rhythm. Guy whose feet were very close to the edge there. And yes, suspected it could be a red flag. Thrasivulu. 7th place with 51.23. Needs 43 centimetres improvement to go up 1 place, but smashes into that cage. Unfortunate for her. It really does look a little bit more windy than I think we were expecting, so interesting to see how that may be affecting the discus. Only the athletes really will know. Often tend to prefer a quartering in wind coming from the quarter in which they're throwing, depending on whether you're right or left-handed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading now to the long jump men. Let's meet the athletes.
About to introduce the second
Representing Denmark,
group
Sebastian
of participants,
Petersen.
this time in the men's long jump.
Representing Poland, Andrzej Kuch.
So another Polish international guest here, Kuch.
South Africa, Peter Magato.
Peter Magato of South Africa as well.
Representing Serbia, Strahinja Jovančević.
Ivančević from Serbia.
Representing Israel, Ishai Efraimov.
Ishai Efraimov, one of the local athletes.
Representing Israel, Aviram Schwarzbald.
Schwarzbard, another of those who's been out studying
Representing
in
Israel,
the US.
Elad Adika.
Elad Adika, PB 751 this year.
מתחרים בקפיצה לרוחק גברים. בהצלחה.
So interestingly, no Eden Sella, who had been down for the sprints and then just the long jump, which he competed in last year at the European Under-20s, but not on this entry list. So be interesting to see how these athletes fare. Of course, Jovančević, the athlete who's gone over 8 meters, but Magato fairly close to it at 7.93. Back to Kedekesh, attempt number 5, penultimate round of this women's discus competition now. So just having a look at the standings compared to just before we introduced those long jumpers. The big mover looks to have been Karolina Urban, up to second place for Poland with 54.81, pushing down Valianu, who we see here, into third. Tisha there improving to 53.94 for fourth place. Kedekesh now in fifth. Stremio, only competitor over 55 metres, and that has come with 2 of her throws up until this point. .54.62 remains the best for Valianu there. 51.49. One more round to come in this women's discus competition. On to the men's long jump. This is Sebastian Ray Pedersen, Danish international athlete. 7.97 is his PB. Well, that's interesting. Just may want to check that. Showing us a DNS there on the graphic. So perhaps being misled by that graphic in one way or another. The sense is that he is indeed competing after all, and the DNS is in error. Anyway, on to Andrei Kuch. So the Pole getting ready to launch his run-up now. Really getting the sense of his focus, waiting for the right moment. Now beginning to drive hard and build up speed. And let's see if this does get the white flag. +2 meters per second wind, so ideal in terms of providing that legal advantage. 7.22 so far for Ray Pedersen, and 7.59 for Kuch. So decent applause now going for Peter Magato, and that helps, I'm sure, the athletes, like we were saying, the discus, build their rhythm in the competition. Wind is now over the legal limit though. May well be fluctuating or swirling around just a little. Andrei Kuch, our leader, early on, of course, very early stages, 7 meters 59. And then Sebastian Ray Pedersen, 7.22, both wind legal measurements. Really nice long leap there from Magato. Didn't hang about in the sand. Barely even touched down. Expecting good things of Strahinja Jovancevic. So flying down this runway, good speed. Is that a white flag though? Certainly looked pretty close on the board. Little smile from Jovancevic. the Serbian. Certainly seen officials go towards measuring this. 7.69 for an athlete who is over 8 meters in the past. So really solid opener for Jovančević. To the first Israeli jumper that we've seen, Ishai Efraimov. So I see Israel with a white strip, but this the change one, the navy blue. Wind up to plus 3.0 meters per second, so really is a lot of movement there. Efraimov off the left-hand side a little as he tried to climb through the air and just make sure he hung for as long as possible. Avram Schwarzbard. So he studied out in the US at Princeton University. Was the Israeli national champion in 2021. Nice, good leap there from Efraimov. 27 years of age now. He has a personal best of 7.76 set here 2 years ago. $7.52. A nice strong showing there, 15 centimeters off his season's best. So this is their teammate Elad Adika. So another driving really hard down this runway. And another effort being measured at this point. Everyone with a score on the board so far, led by Jovančević. 7.69, 10 centimeters ahead of Andrei Kuch. Schwarzbard the best of the Israelis. 7.52. Sebastian Ray Pedersen of Denmark. 5th place with that 7.22. Again, a case, by the way, that all 7 of these athletes will get the full complement of 6 attempts. That's another that was very close on that board. In fact, it was, as I suspected, over. Not by much, certainly he's willing to go over and have a look just to check and make sure. So Kush in 2nd place. as I say, 10 centimetres behind Jovanovic. And a red flag in the second round. So, yeah, not uncommon. As we're seeing some of the discus performances again, once you've got that decent effort, try and take a couple of risks in the second round. And someone who really has the pressure off now, Stromio, in the women's discus. Let's have a look here. So already over 55 metres twice, appears to have done that a third time. 56.52. So is that going to guarantee her victory in this competition? She leads by over 1.5 metres. Valianu in 4th place as we catch up on the discus. That's close to that second round throw. That's her best to this point. I believe these are back with live pictures potentially in this final round now. (53.31). So no one else improving in that final round, and this is the result at the end of everyone having their 6th go. Personal best for Liagai in 8th place. Top 3 of Stromio, Kerikesh and Urban ahead of Valianu. Someone who has improved there in the second round is Jovančević, having a good competition. 7.86. He's an athlete who has gone over 8 metres. Belongs to the Red Star Belgrade Club. European indoor bronze medalist in 2019. Yishai Efraimov, twice champion of Israel the last 2 years coming into this season. And both of those titles won inside this stadium. Incidentally, 7.76 and 7.73 those marks. And would be very competitive if he could get near that today. Not quite yet at this point. 7.15 his best so far. Okay, we're going to have some first track action of this meeting in Jerusalem, and it's going to be a women's 2,000 metre steeplechase. So of course at major championship level we have a 3,000 metre chase. Adva Cohen in this case the home favourite. So continuing the theme really, where we are involving events which have a very strong Israeli competitor. Later on we'll see Blessing Afrifa, the sprinter and European under-23 champion. Nice applause there for Adva Cohen. So let's have a look at some of the other athletes, including international guest Panayt of Romania. Some young Israeli athletes as well. Jacobi, Einav Golan. Some athletes in this competition as young as 16 and 17. Great opportunity for them to be part of the World Continental Tour stage. Stella Ruto of Romania, the World Under-20 bronze medalist 12 years ago now. Maria Mihaela Blaga of Romania, someone who you may have seen at age group competitions on the European stage. Halabi of Israel as well. Actually, the Israeli 5,000 meter champion this year, so winning that in Tel Aviv last month. So 4 Israelis and 4 international guests in this one, including that strong Romanian contingent. So Adva Cohen, interestingly, personal best of 6:28.65. That's the current Israeli national record. So you'd guess, why not go for that and a PB? Ruto has taken this out. Well, quite closely matched. 6:30 her PB, but that was back in 2013. Obviously 3K steeple more regularly run, and Ruto setting a quite impressive personal best in Suzhou. The Chinese city recently held the Diamond League event there, as some athletes a little bit more caught out, shall we say, by that water jump, or maybe others at the front excelling a little with picking up momentum off it. Cohen looks quite keen to go with this pace of Ruto. Yes, so coming through quite nicely here, and really powerful technique as we see Blaga in 3rd place, and these 3 breaking away as you would really expect. Blaga, the Romanian champion, winning that title outdoors last year. Of course, most national championships held in good time before the Olympic Games. Most of them in June, realistically. Obviously, some countries in other hemispheres holding them earlier in the year, particularly New Zealand, Australia, South Africa. But Ruto is absolutely flying in these early stages. Cohen having to work very hard to try and just keep up with her. So a couple of minutes into this race, looks like Panayet is the 2nd Romanian in 4th place, the Balkan champion from 2021. So Cohen and Blaga now fighting pretty much among themselves. Ruto will be aiming for pretty much what she did in the 3K steeple in China. A nice breakthrough in terms of personal bests. Someone who previously represented Kenya internationally, and now for Romania. So another country with not too far to go to come across to Jerusalem. Ruto flying over these high barriers. Really being cheered on now. The crowd recognising the strength of her performance. Comes through with those 2 laps showing left on the board. This could be an impressive time. Cohen there now on the right hand side of your screen, separated pretty much by the length of it by the time we see the wide shot. And Stella Ruto just looks like she's full of energy. So working hard, out on her own. Let's have a look through the water jump. Really not losing any time at all. Extraordinary. Just seems to be bouncing her way through, making these hurdles look so easy. Losing just a little bit of time later in this race. And now that sound of the bell, 5 minutes on the clock. And this is going to be a fantastic time for Stella Ruto. Of course, lesser run the 2,000 metre chase. And Cohen hitting the bell in second place now. So we're going to smash this 6:30 personal best. Here comes Stella Ruto, lapping athletes further back, flying towards this finish. The Romanian, she's going to take around 15 seconds off her personal best. Indeed, she does. 6:14.78. And it barely looks tired as she finishes the race. Terrific from her. And 6:26 about for Cohen. Clock doesn't stop there, but we just wait for the time to come up. And that also looks like a new Israeli record for Adva Cohen. Well, huge credit to Stella Ruto for the hard work she did out there, all on her own, but also for Cohen, who had a challenge really. Might not have expected Stella Ruto to go out that hard, but ultimately stuck to her task and built a bit of a gap on Blaga, who I'm sure benefited from having Cohen kind of pace setting right in front, and all three of them coming away with personal bests. So Ruto by just over 15 seconds, Cohen by 2 seconds, Israeli national record, and then Blaga by more than 20 seconds. It was 6:53. So obviously these athletes will hope to take these kind of times into their 3K steeple. Halabi coming through in fourth place, also a personal best by 12 seconds for her. Panaet by 15 seconds once again. So terrific times across the field, with really big gaps as well naturally beginning to open up. But there was no stopping Stella Ruto in this race. Back we go to have a look at the long jump, so just catching up as we were in the second round a few moments ago. So Schwarzbard, of course, one of the home contingent here. .752 his best so far. Teammate Elad Adika. So all athletes over 7 meters. No one over 8 just yet. Still that second round effort of Strahinja Jovancevic of Serbia, 786, leading the way. And this is Peter Magata. So the South African also looking quite competitive. 7:45. And now coming up at 7:60. Obviously that's not a wind legal measurement, but as far as this competition goes, still helpful. And it'll be interesting to see how much the athletes mind that, if they think about the bigger picture or just today's competition. Probably a mix of both. Jovancevic getting a little bit of luck there, 1.7 and 1.8 and 1.8 again. So yeah, gust of wind can come your way, can help you in terms of distance, but Jovancevic really keen to make the most of this competition. Certainly just has that look about him that he's hungry for more centimetres, more distance. Leading the way by 22 centimetres from this man, Ishai Ifraimov. So many of the Israelis used to competing inside this stadium, as you'd expect. His PB set here 2 years ago at 7:76. Also ran an equal 100-meter PB here too, and that is really good effort. So, as I say, having a look here at that wind measurement, illegal, but still in terms of distance, this pushing him up into that second place behind Jovancevic of Serbia with 7:64. Agato very close behind, 7:60, and Kuh. 2 red flags, second and third rounds into fourth at this point. Second half of the competition now getting going with Sebastian Ray Pedersen cutting a slightly frustrated figure there. Also with 2 red flags in the last 2 rounds after that 7:22 opener. You're watching live coverage of this World Continental Tour Silver meeting from Jerusalem, the Grand Slam winner meeting. Obviously watching the slow-mo replay there, but Pedersen wasn't fully at top speed when he came to executing that takeoff. Schwarzbard started off really strongly, helped by the wind there, you can see, but obviously that's not the only factor to executing a great jump. So steely-eyed determination for the Israeli Avram Schwarzbard here, and that is better acceleration. You can see, just no, it's not always good to compare one athlete's technique to another negatively, but Schwarzbard just trying to extract more from his performance, but you can see there acceleration continued as he hit that board. Ultimately, no, 7:52 from the first round remains his best. So he was always leaning, losing that height quickly. Not the trajectory of jump that he wanted. Andrei Kusch, similar situation to Schwarzbard really, and that started off well And then not too much to mention since that opener. And yeah, knowing that you have 6 attempts, the competition going quite quickly with just the 7 athletes. Important not to get too frustrated. And he does deliver this time with 7.68, up into second place behind Jovancevic. It was quite a similar jump to Schwarzbard, but just took off with a little bit more power. And it really is fine margins when you analyse in detail. Well, you get the feeling if someone could improve to 770, they would be putting Jovancevic under a little bit more pressure than he's under at this point. And yes, even though this isn't a major championship, it's a good test of nerve and mentality and skill. It can be difficult to replicate the loudest and most intense of atmospheres, but making the most of days like today is ultimately the aim here and now for these jumpers. Jovancevic, Efimov, Magato, the top 3, Serbia, Israel and South Africa. And this man sandwiched in between those 2 international guests. Really strong jump there in the 3rd round, and another great effort here. So wants to get closer to Jovancevic. He's also 3 centimeters off his season's best, set in Tel Aviv at the start of this month. There's also a windy jump of 792 in Alexandria in Greece, of plus 7.8 wind, so that's quite extraordinary. But ultimately, even though that wind wasn't helpful for him, it is potentially the case that he could come to a major championship and have a windy day, and jumping in those sorts of conditions also helping you get used to another aspect of competing outdoors.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is the time to move on to the discus throw men. Let's meet the athletes. Come on, not loud, not loud. Come on, come down. Representing Hungary, Husak János. Representing Israel, Denis Valyulin. Representing Cyprus, Georgios Konyarikis. Representing Portugal, Emmanuel Souza. Representing Cyprus, Genetli Christofos. Representing Cyprus, Apostolos Parelis. These are the men of the discus throw. Let's continue with the match.
So the announcer just going through all of the men's discus competitors, and if you weren't with us earlier, then we've had the women's competition won by Stromio of Italy, and yeah, a nice creative way to introduce the athletes round the circle there. Really like that nice touch. Jovancevic in this 4th round now. Really consistent so far, because even that 7.69 first round, no one has beaten that. And he's gone over it twice since then. It'd be really interesting to see the athlete's point of view as to whether having quite a small field in these events helps them build that rhythm, that momentum quite quickly, getting through the rounds. There shouldn't be too much element of fatigue down this runway. I'm sure if there were 3 or 4 competitors, then that might play more of a role. Obviously, it's something that you train for ultimately, probably with a small training group, maybe smaller than this size of the field. Even long jumpers doing sprint reps as well. 7:25 is an improvement for Ray Pedersen. Keeps him in his same 6th position. You're watching live coverage brought to you by European Athletics and the local broadcasters. This Grand Slam winner meeting inside the Givat Ram Stadium in Jerusalem, and you may recognise this stadium from the European Under-20 Championships and also the European Under-18s that have taken place across the last 2 years. Jerusalem playing host to both, and some great performances for young athletes. And of course, there was a great occasion in which Noam Mamou won a silver medal at those European Under-18s a couple of years ago, and that was a really special moment. And often you feel it's nice for the host to have a real moment like that to celebrate, particularly a host that's one of the smaller athletics nations. We said it in Tallinn when the Estonians hosted in 2021, both of the upper age group competitions, and yeah, you feel it's reward for them for the hard work that they put in. Schwarzbard, as we move into round number 5 we're in now, so really trickling through quite fast. And Ivanchevich, Kuch, Ifraimov are top 3. Big mover was Kuch into 2nd place with 7:68 in that round number 4, pushing Magato out the top 3. Now looking at the men's 200 metres. So our first men's track event coming up on track very shortly. Again, a mix of Israeli athletes and some international guests. And looking like the sun is a little lower than it was before, of course, heading into the evening in Jerusalem. They'll be coming up to 7 o'clock quite soon. So yeah, that temperature dropping a little bit. Already with one Israeli national record in the women's 2,000 metre chase. Adva Cohen already holding the record, but taking best part of 2 seconds off it. 6:26.52 her time. And it looks like everyone in the field set a personal best. And if that is the case, that's pretty remarkable stuff. Obviously a more rarely run event than 3,000 metre chase. Maybe that's why it was targeted. The likelihood of improving on time. Maybe Adva Cohen was consulted about that. Of course, in really hot conditions as well. It is less distance and less hurdles to clear. So the announcer going through this 200 metre lineup.
Lane 5, בשביל מספר 5 from Greece, Sotirios Karakanis.
So Grava and then Karakianis.
בשביל מספר 4, lane number 4 מישראל, Emmanuel Osan.
Emmanuel Osai, one of the Israelis in this, 21.89 his best performance. Abu Anza, his compatriot alongside. So expecting a B final and then an A final featuring some top athletes coming up, including Taimur Burnett of the Netherlands. So a couple of international medalists as well, not necessarily at senior level, but coming through the age group ranks that we talk so often about on these streams, because of course that is where often we first become familiar with a lot of names, and for some people it does, go on to be something that is a bit of a landmark as they go on to Olympic success, and for others it'll be the best that they achieve and are really proud of that, and there are some terrific competitions, so should be no surprise they get plenty of shout outs. So real mix here. Interesting to see what we can expect from this B final. Karashianis of Greece going well in the black vest. And being challenged here by Grava, the Latvian, in the white. Neck and neck to the line. Karashianis finds a nice final gear, and that gets him away from the challenge of Grava. 20.88 for Karashianis, who makes an expression as if that was so-so for him. Looks to be a personal best. I make it improving on 20.92 though. And Grava has run 20.87 in the past, so I'd say he's taken a bit of a scalp there and should be pretty pleased. Bunshu getting a clear third place. Karashianis ran a very consistent race throughout, did the 25-year-old. Tends to be a very strong indoor performer, winning the Greek title 3 times the last 3 years. Obviously it's not a major championship distance. Still say he's a 3-time national champion. No one can take that away from him. I'll tell you something, compared to the start list, he's actually recently improved his personal best to 20.86, so isn't PB, that's why it doesn't come up. He's just outside it, so that may be the reason for his don't want to call it frustration, but hesitation in celebrating, should we say. Peter Makato of South Africa, so yeah, decent improvement as he's come through this series, obviously finding himself pushed out of the top 3 performers. And the measurement coming up as 7.54. He's only 4 centimetres off this man right here, Ishai Ifraimov. And he has the same margin to Cook in second place, the Polish athlete. Just that tiny loss of momentum coming into the board. I don't know whether that was what put him off. As ever, small fractions making the difference. And you really do see such detailed technical analysis of body shape and small movements. Jovancevic getting everything pretty much right so far, just a little bit more distance and I think he'd be very, very happy. At least as far as he's concerned, the wind's been getting a bit stronger in these later rounds. We know the temperature has dropped bit as well, and the humidity I'm sure too. 779 in the 5th round, but it's still the case that no one has beaten any of his jumps at all. Even the 769 from round number 1. And even though these are quite short rounds with just 7 athletes, it does feel like a while ago. El Adadika. He's moved up into 6th place. So we see his quite sandy socks. It's almost like he's getting ready to go home after a day at the beach. Sand strewn all over the place.
ועכשיו אני מקווה שהאצטדיון הזה מוכן לעמוד על הרגליים. יש לנו את גמר 200 מטרים לגברים. We have the men's 200-meter final.
So the 200-meter A final. This should be some really exciting stuff. Obviously it was a good battle as well just a moment ago. Galarad, another that you may well have seen coming through the under-20s and under-23s, but Tamir Burnett, great breakthrough recently for him alongside Afrifa, World Under-20 and European Under-23 champion. And he's the man the crowd potentially have come to see. Experienced Swiss international, Felix Svensson. And his teammate Timothy Mumentala also in this. Thomas Nemec of the Czech Republic. And then the talented Italian Diego Aldo Petarossi. And then Stavros Agostinou of Cyprus in lane number 1. So, while I mentioned Burnett had improved recently, it was in the Potchefstroom, South Africa actually. 20.3 for 200. And also at the same meeting, 10.09 for 100 metres. And his PB had been 10.11 in that event. But, yeah, someone who's twice been a world indoor 4x4 bronze medalist this year and 2 years ago. Obviously, Dutch team having quite a strong contingent over that distance these days. Very much on the women's side, but also helping them in the mixed event, which might have a chance of getting into the Olympic Games. Some other great athletes. Like Van Diepen, Van Gool, Ramsey Angela. So let's see what happens here. Bonavassi or another, I should really mention him. Nemec pretty handy as well, 2053 at best. Czech indoor champion, 2054, the PB of Petarossi, Italian 200 champion from a couple of years ago. So some really good talent with Arad, Burnett, Afrifa as well. What can he do? 1996 personal best. Svensson, Nemec, Petarossi, Agostinou. The athletes now standing up, very eager to get going. But competitors with different targets as well. You consider Galarad, great opportunity for him. Sub 21 seconds for the first time recently here with 2097 for the 2021 European Under-23 semi-finalist. Afrifa setting that 1996 terrific performance on his way to gold at those World Under-20s in Cali in Colombia, and then it was in Espoo in Finland where he won European Under-23 gold last summer. Obviously the European Under-20s was in Jerusalem, but by that point he was too old for those. But I think he's one of the shining lights of Israeli athletics at this moment in time, when obviously the nation would like some sporting success to be able to cheer about, to distract themselves from the conflict that is ongoing in the region. So Arad, Burnett, Afrifa, Svensson, Nemec, Peterossi, and Agostino. Underway this time. So Afrifa starting nicely. And also going well is Peterossi of Italy. Afrifa with the shades on will be chased down by Burnett here, surely. Afrifa still holding on and coming to the line now. 20:48. So delighted to win on home soil, blessing Afrifa. And the crowd responding to the energy he's giving to the competition. So Burnett, who we thought would challenge, that experience over 400 metres, helping that speed endurance. 20:70 in the end, more than 0.2 of a second behind. 0.4 off that very recent personal best. Nemec actually now being given that second place. Improves on his 20:82, which was indoors, the previous season's best this year. This is a season opener really over this distance for many. Mumenthaler then in fourth. That's his first time sub 21 seconds this year. Arada make that a lifetime best. That hasn't come up on the graphic. And certainly this year, sub 21 for the first time for him. And then Svensson, Peterossi fell back in the latter stages of the race. Well, at this point, you'd have to say Burnett looking strongest of all, but stepping off this bend, Afrifa at full speed. A really strong finish there from Nemec, perhaps outperforming a little bit what might have been expected of him in terms of the fact that Burnett had run half a second faster this year coming into this race. Afrifa looking very smooth. His chain dangling from side to side. Burnett huffing and puffing off that bend. Afrifa very much in control. Nemec with a great finish there towards the end of this race, coming through on the inside, overtaking Mumenthaler and Peterossi. And dipping nicely on the line with good timing. So Kush with just those two valid attempts, but he won't mind too much given that he's achieved reasonable distance in this long jump competition. Was in second place last time we looked, and that remains the case. Only mover in round number 6 to this point, Elad Adika. But when I say move, actually not up a position, but just in terms of distance, 7:33, 3 centimetre improvement. Well, we did say fine margins, and is anyone going to change their position with their last go here? Magato and Efraimov in 4th and 3rd respectively only need 4 centimetres to go one place higher. So Magato not managing it. Having a look then at the men's 100 metre B final. So Abu Anza, who was in the 200 only a couple of minutes to go, looks like he's going to race once more with Emmanuel Osai. So impressed with that particular effort for them. Interesting that the 2 Latvians involved using this as their season opener. As the athletes prepare for their race, the 100B final. A couple of scores to settle in the long jump. Efraimov has had a very solid competition. Ultimately ends with a disappointing last attempt, but 7.64 for 3rd place. Being the best of the Israelis also is something to be pleased with for the reigning national champion. And they'll hope to get the hat-trick, of course, as far as that goes. Jovancevic, he's won the competition. Can he get closer to 8 meters? Just maybe he can. It's come up as 7.76. In any case, a really strong series. I'm sure, like any quality athlete, he'll say that he would have liked a bit more distance, but yeah, should be pleased with that victory. Certainly came in looking from the minute go like he wanted to be top of the standings, and that's exactly where he's ended up.
שביל מספר 2 ל-lane number 2 from Israel, עומר כץ. בשביל מספר 3 lane number 3 from Israel,
So, we mentioned that the short rounds in the long jump were a little bit like a training session with multiple reps. Well, for some of the Israelis in this returning very soon after the 200 meters, that may feel a little bit like the case as well. So Osei, Katz, Abuanze, Tamir and Korn. And then the 2 Latvians. Zalin's personal best 10.70. And then Pelkmanis. 7.77 at best. Latvian indoor 200 meter silver medalist this year. The veteran Asaf Malka, 44-year-old with a best of 10.51. 10.82 this year. 3 national titles for him. So this is quite a close one to call. The 2 Latvians not having set a 100 meter time coming into today. but something like 10.6 is probably roughly the sort of time that we're looking for to feature prominently in this B final. So going very nicely is Cohen and Tamir, with the two Latvians now coming away. Pelkmanis winning 10.61. So that is a personal best for him by 1.5 tenths of a second, and that is a great way to open up your 100-meter season. Zarin's also showing as a personal best. So the trip from Latvia will feel pretty worthwhile for those two. Abawanza, just after that 200, gets an equal 100 PB, so that's really impressive for him. But Pelkmanis came through on his teammate who was initially leading the race. Having another look here. Asaf Malka nearest the camera, then Pelkmanis coming through in the vest of Latvia. Abawanza, the best of the Israelis. So this is the first men's discus action that we've got a close glimpse of as we move further down the programme in today's competition. Of course, plenty more track action and a few more field events to come. Men's 100 metre A final heading your way in about 5 minutes time, and then the women's final in 15 minutes. A couple of sprint hurdles final that we're looking forward to as well. Women's triple jump. There's also a men's 4x100 metre relay, women's javelin, women's 400 hurdles and men's 800 metres. But mainly more sprint focused on the track, and in these warm conditions I think that will bode fairly well. We have 6 competitors then in this discus. As introduced before, 3 Cypriots in fact. Apostolos Parelis, who's leading the way at the moment with 62.11. Gnethli Christophoros and Yorgos Konyarakis. The Israeli competitor Denis Valiulin. Janos Hushak of Hungary. And Emmanuel Souza representing Portugal. So Parelis opening up, as you can see, with 60.52. Valiulin. Lovely clean flight through the air there and towards that 60 metre mark. Closer to around what he did in the second round there. .53.70. So we then found ourselves in round number 4, Apostolos Parelis. And another effort flying over 60 meters. So the Cypriot in fine form. And we said it at the European Under-18 Championships, where Cyprus had an incredible competition, particularly in the field events. Maybe it helps not having to have travelled too far, being used to the hot conditions. Of course, they had a fantastic championships. 2 athletes on the podium in the men's high jump, I seem to believe, and winning the hammer competitions as well. And athletes of such a young age to have mastered such a complex technical event. While it's often referred to as the showpiece within athletics, of course, many people would like to argue about that and would like to see other events get attention, but always something to get excited about. But the men's 100 meters and some of the faster sprint events in general. And expecting that Temir Burnett will return following that 2070 200 meters just a few moments ago. We're looking here at Stavros Augustinou, who was on the very inside just a moment ago in that 200 race. And you can see there Carlos Nascimento, the Portuguese athlete. So there is Temir Burnett, Yanis Roberts Stalitis of Latvia. 5 national titles for him, including one in the long jump indoors this year. Ioannis Nifantopoulos of Greece, the reigning Greek 100 champion. 10.28 his personal best. Aviv Kofler, Ido Peretz and Ido Schwartz, the 3 Israelis in this. And Schwartz and Kofler both with personal best inside this stadium. Schwartz here this month, 10.70. So 10.61 the winning time from the B final. Expecting something faster now. Nifantopoulos with a good start. Nascimento in the green and white going nicely here. Nascimento comes through to win in 10.31. Really strong performance from the Portuguese athletes. Obviously one of the fresher competitors, because Burnett was in that 200 just a few moments ago. But his fastest time of the year, and with reason to be pleased, beaten some decent athletes there. Zalitis getting that 3rd place. Avgustinu, personal best, having been in the 200. Personal best by just 0.02 of a second, but still all counts for the full-time champion of Cyprus. Let's have another look here. It's quite even at this point, and Nascimento establishes this advantage, and no one can quite chase him down. Bonnet kind of faded in the middle of the race, having had a decent start and decent finish to it. So maybe was he fresher in the legs, he would have been closer. Nascimento has a good long look at the clock. The two men either side of him have that 200-metre race in their legs. Efantopoulos just being overtaken in the closing stages. So Janos Hušák in the 5th round. No improvement since the first. So trying to extract what he can from the remainder of the competition. .59.07. This is our leader, Parelis, 62.11 from the 4th round. Similar though to Jovančević, that best effort now wouldn't necessarily be needed, because 61.67 is the second best throw of all in this competition across all competitors. Discus floats out high from Hušák now. Into the final round. So last few efforts to come. Christoforos Konyarakis, Valiulin all getting red flags in the last 2 rounds. 59.32 for Hušák. Agonisingly close to going over 60 today, 9 centimetres off it. And Parelis, Discus comes crashing down right on that line, and red flag though has been given, so that gives us a result in this men's discus competition, and it's a victory for the Cypriot athlete, and it's looked like that would be the case pretty much throughout this competition. So, in the end, 62.11 for Parelis, Sosa 61.38, and then the rest little off 60 metres. Still some good performances on the board from our 6 competitors. Well, having seen the men do 200 and 100 meters, we now have the women's 100. And expecting this to be one race with 9 competitors. And there they are. So 8 Israelis, and then one guest is Maria Mihalash of Romania. Probably the biggest international contingent. In fact, of course, they've already had that one great victory in the women's steeplechase with Stella Ruto. 6:14.7 on the clock, breaking her PB by 15 centimetres. Well, there's no Diana Weissman, who's been one of the leading lights of Israeli sprinting in the last few years, along with Blessing Afrifa. Not quite hitting the same heights, but certainly breaking the Israeli national record. And some of the Israeli records have been held for some time. We have Nathaniel and Dancona. Ilana Dorfman, perhaps one to watch out for. Personal best 11:70. Gold medalist in the 4x1 relay when Israel won that at the Balkan Championships in 2019. There's Mihalash, 11:60 at best. So closely matched with Elena Drutman here. 11:64 here this month. A PB before that had been 11:85, so quite a considerable improvement for 100 metres. Drutman to Dortmund, who remains the holder of the 4x1 national record, separate to that Balkan title that I was referring to. Danina Sante, so another with a decent improvement here, 12:26 to 12:08 last month. Millie Tunkel. Linoy Levy. So a couple of these athletes would quite like to break 12 seconds for the first time. Asante one the closest to doing so with that 12:08 time that I mentioned. We're probably looking for something around 11:70 to be winning this race. Temperature has continued to drop a little bit more inside the Givat Ram Stadium. So, Mihalash from lane 3. Watch out for her in this race, but some decent Israeli talent as well. So Drutman going nicely. Mihalash in the white vest there from lane 3. Looking quite comfortable as Drutman makes a very late charge. 11:65. Well, extraordinary. I don't know whether Mihalash thought the race was won, as she seems to have collapsed down there on the track. I think we need to have another look at exactly what happened in that race. Mihalash has indeed held on from Drutman, who was charging her way through, and finishes just 0.02 of a second behind. And then a big gap to third place. Asante has got very close to breaking 12 seconds for the first time. Assas a PB and Tunkel as well. Let's have another look here. So all eyes on lanes 3 and 4. Mihalash. I wonder whether she felt an injury in the latter stages of this race. Had it been any longer, then I'm sure that Drutman would have come through. But the two fastest athletes in the field finishing neck and neck in first and second. It was a painful looking fall for Maria Mihalas. Assas potentially got the best start of all there. And she was rewarded with that good spot. Asante on the left hand side of your screen. But it was interesting, this later stage in the race, closing speed quite different with Drutman charging her way to the line. But Mihalas is okay, is at least on her feet, even if she is being assisted there. Mihalas from Drutman and Dorfman Asante Assas in this women's 100 metre final. Next action on track will be the women's 100 hurdles final in 15 minutes time. So we go on to the men's high jump now, and Capiton, good to see him back to fitness. Looks like that's the Maccabi Tel Aviv vest potentially that he's wearing. Obviously winning those two titles, European and World under 20, really tall, rangy athlete with great technique. Good to see him back fit again, bringing that bar down. So let's focus carefully on this high jump competition then. Hoping for an Israeli victory through Kapitolnik. We'll have to see what kind of shape he's in. That one failure that we just watched at 2 meters 10. This is Biengi, the Frenchman. Competition opening up at 2 meters. Everyone entering at that height, quite unusually. Andrius Glabauskas is proving to be a bit of a struggle for these athletes. I don't think we've seen anyone clear just yet. We've already lost Leonos Strasser at 2 meters and 5, 3 failures, and also Valentin Androne. So Robert Ruffini, the only athlete yet to attempt this new height of 210. Trying to gain what would be a fairly crucial advantage on the rest of his competitors. Ruffini attacks this bar, but same result as everybody else. Kapitolnik cheered on by the home supporters, and that is a great clearance for him. So the Israeli in Jerusalem becomes the first man to clear at 2 meters and 10. And now they'll all try and follow suit. Really nice and smooth on the run up. Good timing with the takeoff, and ultimately, of course, great height on the jump. Backstutz nearly achieves the same result. Bar comes rattling off. Christian Biengi of France will be next to go. Clear track, of course, run up as long as he likes. Audibly hear the frustration of Biengi though. 2 failures now. After those second time clearances at the previous 2 heights. Women's triple jump also underway. Manenko, one of the top Israeli performers in international athletics over the last few years. Coming towards the later stages of her career now, but still a great competition for her to impress in. So we see here Glabauskas trying to reclaim the lead, and he will be frustrated with that. The tape on his knee, which might be something he's just managing through his competition at the moment. But yes, bar looked to have been for the most part cleared. So Ruffini also having some real difficulties at this height. This may end up being quite a short high jump competition unless anyone can get over these gremlins at 2:10. So let's watch closely Josas Bachstutz. Not as long as some of his competitors with the run-up then. So leans back now, carefully approaches, leans in, and really bar almost catapults off. Red flag for good measure. So unfortunately that is a third time failure at this height. Yengi was disappointed in himself a moment ago. Can he make amends? Certainly bringing plenty of passion to the competition. Clearing it the second time was something he did previous two heights. What about third chance lucky? Approaches strongly, but ends in disappointment. Gave it a good go though. So over to Ruffini and Glabauskas. Glabauskas is out of the competition. Bit of a surprise. Personal best of 2:30. He was fifth at the European Indoors 3 years ago. On to the 100-meter hurdles. So again, we're going to have these 9 lanes being used, and this is a really high standard final, this one.
With the women's 100-meter hurdles final.
Again, a mix of local Israeli talent and international guests as well. Alexandra Lokshin, who has 100 hurdles, 400 hurdles and 400 flat Israeli national titles. Just next to her in the red was Katarina Quiros, Portuguese athlete. She has 60 metres, 100 hurdles and high jump national titles. So a few multi-eventers in this. Paulina Letts, the Francophone Games silver medalist 7 years ago. Nicola Massetti of Italy, she's won the last 2 Italian indoor titles. You may know Helena Jiranova, European indoor 4th place in the relay in 2015. Plotystina from Ukraine made 9 World Championships across indoors and outdoors, plus Olympian 2016, Victoria Rausch, national record holder for Luxembourg, at 13:24. Lenoy Levy, who was in the 100 metres a little earlier on this evening. Heptathlete as well. Competed at the European Team Championships last year. And Adi Onyalisi also representing Israel. Personal best 14:83. So improving on that would be a primary target you'd expect. So these 9 women called to their marks. Now they are away, and it's Loksheen going very nicely here. Overtaken by Massetti, with Let trying to challenge. Let now coming through into the lead. Holds off Massetti for the victory. 13:08 on the clock for Paulina Let. And if confirmed as an official time, that would be a personal best by a small margin, but they all count. Ran a very composed race with a fast athlete next to you. Going over to Rausch, the Luxembourg athlete. Check she's all right, very sportingly doing so, this gesture. Personal best confirmed at 13:07. Massetti, Yiranova and Loksheen, the fast starter, pushed down to 4th place. Protestina, the experienced Ukrainian. Onyalisi, the second to get a personal best. Oh, Levy as well, as the times all filter through. Having a look here as well at Rausch. Massetti in the yellow, Rausch in the black. Near the camera there, hit the penultimate hurdle badly and may have hurt her ankle there as she just tried to come to a stop in an awkward position. She's having a good race at that point as well. Let has some work to do though to close down first of all Loksheen and then Massetti. Now coming towards the line here. And it's the speed between and off. Last couple of barriers. Massetti doesn't seem to lose that much time though. Let just ended that particular race superbly. The French woman for that new lifetime best here. Don't normally see a 100 hurdles race with quite that many phases to the race. At least 3. So Kapitolnik, now the only athlete involved, only man to clear 2:10. We did have 5 jumping, but Glabauskas, Backstuitz, Ruffini, Bianchi all out. Kapitolnik looks like he's moving gingerly, which is worrying me somewhat for an athlete that's had a couple of injuries. Can be so difficult to recover confidence when you have a serious injury, particularly on a take-off leg or even on a knee as well. Really putting all your body weight through that foot as you take off. And if he is in pain, you would think that Kapitolnik, having won the competition, would take no further jumps. 2:10, the best height of the day. 2 failures at 2:15. I think if he's in pain, then it's unlikely that he would continue. Kapitolnik will have one more go, and he will clear fantastically. Well, that has to be one of the moments of the day in this competition. Obviously, the crowd cheering for Blessing Afrifa winning the 200 metres. Adva Cohen finishing second in the 2,000 metre steeplechase, but setting a new Israeli national record. Kapitolnik, even though this is a fairly modest height, ultimately he's an athlete who has had his fair share of injuries and looked in some discomfort, but had a word with his coach, kept going and clears that bar comfortably. Final attempt at 2:15, only athlete left in the competition after all of his competitors really struggled at 2:10 for whatever reason. And yeah, no matter what the heights may be, if your competitors around you are dropping like flies and you're the one that can ride that storm, then it's a good showing of strength and character. So we'll catch up in a bit on the women's triple jump. We'll have the men's sprint hurdles, men's 4x1 relay, women's javelin, women's 400 hurdles, and men's 800 metres. And that is all to come within the next hour of this programme. Well, Kapitolnik putting on his jacket there. I wonder whether that is the competition result as it stands, or whether that is him done. I'm just wondering when this bar is going to be reset to a higher height. Don't think we had a clear indication from Kapitolnik that that was it, but that's how it is for the moment. This is the women's triple jump. The experienced Hannah Minenko, you can see there.
Let's welcome the athletes.
And also some strong competition for her. Romy Tamir, another who was at the European Team Championships last year.
Ukraine, Maria Sinei.
Maria Sinei of Ukraine.
Representing Israel, Angelika Mitin.
Another of the young Israeli contingent here, Mitin.
Representing Slovenia, Eva Pepelnak.
Pepelnak of Slovenia.
Representing Lithuania, Diana Zagainova.
Zagainova always seems to be quite closely matched with Divile
Representing
Kilty.
Israel, Hannah Minenko.
Crowd pleased to see Minenko, 34 years of age now, but of course, you know, World European Championship medalist.
Representing Czech Republic, Linda Suka.
Linda Susha of the Czech Republic.
Representing Romania, Diana Ana Maria Ion.
Diana Ion of Romania, another who's come through the
Lithuania,
age group
Dominic
competitions,
Kelty.
under 20 and under 23s, and then Divile
These
Kilty.
are the participants of triple jump women.
Divile Kilty, whose husband Richard running today his fastest time in 8 years, 10.1 for 100 metres. Really impressive for another athlete that you'd think is in the later stages of his career, but really strong showing that from earlier in the day for him. Kapitolnik will continue at 2:18. 2:19 actually was previously suggested it would be 2:18, but he is in pain. I really don't want him to be hurting himself here. Really strong clearance at 2:15, but yeah, not nice to see an athlete in pain. Obviously, he's still, you know, putting his body on the line and performing well in spite of that. Great athletic ability, talented jumper, but yeah, don't want to see him get injured as a result. Tamir trying to psych herself up for this triple jump competition on home soil. Big opportunity for an emerging young Israeli athlete. So that wind looking still fairly strong here in the Givat Ram Stadium, and obviously the temperature's gone down quite considerably now from when we started. Maria Sine of Ukraine now. Still early in this competition as the high jump comes towards a close, with just Kapitolnik still left out there at 2:19. Looking to get the first mark on the board at this point.
We are with the men's 110-meter hurdles, the final.
So we'll be back with the field action in just a few moments. We're going to focus on this men's 110 hurdles final then. Again, packed in terms of lanes. Elior Sofer of Israel. And the French guest here is Leo Dor Hayun, 5 times Israeli champion and 60 hurdles national record holder. Abdel Kader Lalinaga, he's won 4 consecutive national Portuguese titles indoors, including this year, 13:59 his best over this distance. His teammates often see them on the circuit together. Cicinho Ambrish, European under-20 bronze medalist last year in this stadium, 13:79 his PB. I seem to remember him beating his more experienced teammate indoors on the World Indoor Tour circuit. Cineros of Spain, excuse me. Ibero-American silver medalist 2 years ago. On to Lamdiel, 14:51 PB. Karnivsky looking to break 15 seconds for the first time, doing that recently. So already achieved quite a big performance improvement this season. So Lalinaga in the green and white of the Sporting Lisbon club. They've already seen a victory for Carlos Nascimento in the 100 flat. Well, this could be fairly close between Lalinaga and Cineros and Ambrij, the young athlete, obviously stepping up to a higher height of hurdle. I'm sure he's got a big improvement in him. That's one of the most high-pitched recall guns I've ever heard. That brings the athletes back to start what will be a second attempt in a moment. It's a yellow card being shown there, looked like to Ambrish. So he continues in the competition after that warning has been presented. So Zinerosh, Edon, Hayon, Sofer, Karnivsky, Lamdiel, Larinaga and Ambrish all in this men's 110 hurdles final. Ambrish with a very good start. Edon, the Frenchman, going well, as is Larinaga through the centre then. And now coming through Ambrish, who falls, so does his teammate. And frustration between them as Zinerosh comes through for victory in a very scrappy race. Well, Zinerosh was quietly going about his business, winning in 1366. Ambrish, the young Portuguese, was challenging, clattered the final hurdle, and as we sometimes see, that chaos, if you like, spilled out into the race of Abdelkader Larinaga, who also fell. Two personal bests among the top three, though. And Karnivsky also improving. So some of the local athletes benefiting from the two Portuguese dropping out of the race there. And Edon also, that is a decent chunk taken off his time, more than a tenth of a second, first time sub 14 seconds. Larinaga, great start. Predicted that Ambrish, the youngster, has that improvement waiting in his locker. Zinerosh very strong in the second half of the race, but watch here. I just wonder whether this is gesture really of Larinaga suggested that the hurdle that was hit by his teammate may have clattered into his own hurdle and affected his race, or at least he was put off. Third time failure Kapitolnik at 2:19 though, and his proverbial race is run. And again he's holding that ankle though, which is worrying. So high jump and sprint hurdles concluded. Still the triple jump to watch out for, which we'll catch up on very shortly. Men's 400 metre relay should be exciting in about 6 minutes time. And just after that, women's javelin, women's 400 hurdles coming up in just over half an hour. And then men's 800 metres to end the competition before the hour is done. So that will take us to around 9 o'clock local time. 1 hour ahead of Central European, 2 hours ahead of Britain. Eva Pepelnak, 7 hours ahead of Eastern Time USA as well, for those maybe watching all around the world. And if it's any other time distance, you might have to calculate it yourself. So just catching up on what we've missed then in this triple jump competition, with some big hitters in it, and hopefully that will push the competition to some good performances, maybe over 14 meters. Comfortably over 13 for now. Pepelnak of Slovenia. Diana Zagainova looks strong there with the foot placement. So the Lithuanian opening up here with 13 meters and 10 centimeters in the first round. So Hannah Minenko on home soil in Jerusalem, close on the board just then. $13.28 in this first round. Diana Ion of Romania. Well, went flying initially with great momentum through the phases. And this could be a new leading mark. $13.80 for Ion. Leads by 26 centimeters. Davile Kilty. Once again, really good power and control in her technique. Might be spurred on by Richard's performance from earlier. Kilty, who competed at the World Indoors this year and World Outdoors last year, and was 6th at the European Indoors in Istanbul. One of her highest international placings. Marta Tine. So as things stand, Diana Ion, 13.80 for the lead. And that's just been overtaken now by Kilty, 13.85. So 5 centimetres between the top two. Kilty of Lithuania, 13.85. Ion, Romania, 13.80. Eva Pepelnak, Slovenia, 13.54, our top three. Sine slotting in behind them in 4th. Second round, Angelika Mitin. 10 competitors in total. Mitin, so I think that's going to be her second red flag. Indeed it is. Romy Tamir, the other athlete in the same situation. Well, I wonder whether with the 10 athletes that they'll all get 6 attempts, or we will lose 2 for the second half of the competition. Pepelnak will try and close down that gap of 31 centimetres to the leader. Driving down this runway, decent acceleration. And looks fairly satisfied with that. Haven't seen a close-up sighting of the foot placement, but look pretty close. So, going to head on to this men's 4x1, and just the one relay on the male side of things, and well, just the two teams involved as well. Israel against Latvia, strong Latvian contingent. Lanes 5 and 6, obviously Pelkmanis winning the men's 100B final with a personal best 10.6 earlier. So they're against the best that Israel has to offer. Pelkmanis, Varens, Zlitis. Against the Israeli team from lane 5 in the Navy. So Peretz, Kofler, Afrifa and Arad for Israel, and Zlitis, Zarins, Pelkmanis and Grava. So these athletes just waiting as their teammates will be all the way around the lap. You're watching live coverage of this Jerusalem Grand Slam winner meeting in the Give Out Ram Stadium. There is Zalitis, will be on the second leg for the Latvians. So obviously, as a group, they've come through to Jerusalem. Perhaps it aligned with some warm weather training, but in any case, as we know, not too many opportunities to run a relay time, and this a good chance for them. There's Arad. So he will bring the Israeli quartet home, so not too much surprise they're allowing Blessing Afrifa to run that final bend, which he did so well, in order to win individually in the 200. The distance that he took gold over at the World Under-20s and European Under-23s. And that may be where the difference is between Israel and between Latvia. Well, it's sometimes really interesting to see what is a bit of a head-to-head battle between two teams out there, and if one of them drops the baton, we'll certainly notice a bit of a stretch on that Latvian changeover, but they lead at this point. So is Blessing Afrifa going to make the difference? He has the baton and now pushes past Pelkmanis, but still this race isn't won just yet. Arad reaching for the baton, had to really stretch there. I wonder whether he got it in time. You can see the difference that made though. Arad coming through. Really had to stop there, and I also wonder whether he was in some pain as he came through across the line. Wasn't the cleanest of races, and Arad's foot, I think, also was right on the line, very close to the Latvian runner Grava. I think we need another look at that race, particularly that final changeover. Latvia with Zadin's fantastic first leg. Bit of a delay on that changeover. It certainly looks worse in slow motion. Kofler against Zalitis. Really good changeover from Afrifa. Hand was right there waiting. He pushes past Pelkmanis. And actually Israel don't lose as much time as you think they might have done when Arad had to stop there. So Israel first across the line ahead of Latvia in this men's 4x1 relay. Arad quick, and then Grava chased him down a little bit and began to close that gap, but Arad, somewhat fortunate, he began to feel that pain and back on clattering onto the track, and the race was already finished by then. So 2.6 tenths of a second between these two. Result not yet official. You feel like that's worth extra stressing in a relay competition. We are in the second round, by the way. I can tell you the women's triple jump right on cue. Hannah Minenko on this runway. This is her second go. Strong on the board, really good momentum, particularly that jump phase to finish. Got those knees up nice and high, and is rewarded with a season's best of 13.56. Elena Talos. .13.03 to this point. Improves now to 13.38, 5th place. On to Linda Susha, not a representative jump that of her ability, 11.60, and then a red flag now. On to Davile Kilty then, remains our leader with 13.85. Once again jumping very cleanly and looks pretty pleased with that, so waiting for this measurement to come up. Pepelnak, I can see in the meantime, has improved to 13.83, but this is first jump over 14, 14.06. For Davile Kilty. So Romy Tamir in a difficult position. With these two failures. So Kilty, Pepelnak, Ion, top three. Tamir really trying to focus on this final attempt to try and channel that aggression. Should be that white flag there, even if the distance isn't maybe what she'd like. .12.40, that puts her in 8th place. Maria Sine of Ukraine. I couldn't tell whether that was frustration or she liked that effort. 13:36 so far. I think it was frustration. Red flag there for the reigning Ukrainian national triple jump champion, winning that title in Lutsk last year with 14:12. Last July it was. Also twice national indoor champion. That 14:12 remains her personal best. 13:71 this year. That was in Essen in Germany 10 days ago. Angelika Mitin, the young Israeli. Tamir got herself out of this tough situation. What about her compatriot? So also a little conservative there, and ultimately didn't get the execution right. Put so much focus on hitting the board, perhaps. Ultimately, no triple jump. So, Kilty easing the pressure on herself. Gap was 2 centimetres, it's now 23. $13.83 from the second round. There's the makings of a decent series for the Slovenian. But at the moment she's only 3 centimetres in front of Ion of Romania. And Manenko, who's in 4th place, may yet also improve. So Peponak somewhere between 13 and 14 metres for the 23-year-old. $13.39 for the European under-18 silver medalist. That was back in 2016, the first edition of those championships in Tbilisi in Georgia. Again, also reigning national champion. Winning that title in back-to-back years. Lithuania, as we know from this very competition, having a bit more depth in the triple jump compared to Slovenia maybe, and as a result close between Kilty and Zagainova for national titles. Zagainova, her last title came indoors in 2021, so not able to execute there with the jump. Kilty has 15 Lithuanian titles and Zagainova has 5. Still a great achievement. And the other thing as well is that Kilty, the former national record holder, and Zagainova's personal best is further. So they kind of split those successes between them. Remember, Kilty's personal best, it was at the European Team Championships First League in Sandnes in Norway. Inside a beautiful setting, she took maximum points for Lithuania, 14.28. Anna Minenko, as I said, very capable of improving on 13.56, and we're in this third round now, still plenty of the competition to go. Kilty, Peponak, Ion, Minenko, Talos, top 5 as things stand. So waiting for these third round results to come through. Peponak, no improvement just then, 13.39. Talos, though, has improved, 13.69, and she's now ahead of Minenko. Linda Susha would like better than 11.60, I'm sure, and that looks more like it. And still waiting to see whether they'll give, in the fourth round, those athletes in 9th and 10th places the full complement of 6 jumps, especially as there are 2 Israelis in those spots at the moment. That would certainly be a good way to go, but it's not on the basis that they'll decide it, I'm sure. Just waiting to see what will happen in the fourth round. Kilty, Peponak, and still the top 3. Susha, though, improving to 13.63 for 5th place, so Minenko really being pushed down in this round. This is the lineup for the women's javelin, who will be taken to the field. You can see Margarita de Rozon, another of the local athletes and big favourites here. As ever in a javelin competition, some strong Czech athletes, Tavachkova, in this opening round. Ivana Duric of Serbia. On to round number 2, really pushes all the way through the points and out towards 55. Tavachkova leading the way, 58.15. And Duric, this effort of 53.84, new personal best, slotting her into 2nd place with a 600-gram implement. Margarita de Rozon Side on approach, shaping to throw early. (52.91) from the first round for her. This is Gilardera, the other Czech athlete in this. Javelin just stalling somewhat, landing a little awkwardly. And I believe that she may have stepped over the line there. Tabachkova with this healthy lead, best part of 5 meters. So that measures 57.01. Again, another case, as has been a state of play in the field so far, that even some of the second best and third best efforts of our leader has been above the rest. So, now into round number 3. Duich already with a personal best of 53.84. Slightly off to the right hand side there, but backing up what she's already done. And going very sharply through the rounds with just the 6 athletes lining up one by one on the runway. Rajan as we continue in this 3rd round. A bit more of an orthodox technique that time. Well, she's been the standout Israeli javelin thrower for some time. 36 years of age. And the reigning Israeli champion, having won inside this stadium last July. Floodlights very much beaming across the track. This is Anya DC, who we also saw in the sprint hurdles. Just to update you, by the way, on the triple jump. Looks like we're still awaiting the resumption of the competition, which will obviously be in round number 4. Tabachkova with this healthy advantage over 5 competitors, including her teammate Irena Gilardeva, who's in 3rd place, and the Serb Duich between them. The only athlete who set a personal best. I say only, but just one way of distinguishing her rather than criticising the rest, certainly. We are now ready to resume, and it looks like we're just going to have the top 8. Unless we've not shown those 4th round jumps for Tamir and Mitin. Zagainova, Lithuanian national record holder with 14.43. That was back in 2019. Obviously some of the seasons since then have been interrupted. Zagainova, I just wonder whether her foot was over the line there. Difficult really to see from that angle, of course. Conclusively anyway. Her teammate leading the competition. It is indeed a red flag.
number 7, שביל מספר 7,
So,
representing
a couple of
Denmark,
track races coming your
Rasmussen.
way. We'll have the men's 800 metres later on, but first of all the women's 400 metre hurdles, and of course we'll continue to go back to the field action with the women's triple jump
Lane number 5,
as
שביל
well.
מספר 5 from Greece, Gnavaki Dimitra. שביל
So the
מספר
announcer
4,
making
lane number 4, מישראל,
his way
נועה
through announcing this
לוי.
field. Stavros, Cyprus, Rasmussen, the Dane, Dimitra of Greece, and then 4 Israelis,
שביל מספר 3,
Nathaniel,
lane
Navon,
number 3,
Nemad,
מישראל,
and Levy.
נועה נחמד. ובשביל מספר 2, lane number 2, מישראל, ליה נבון.
Navon,
400 מטרים
63,
משוכות, לנשים
66 at
ו-women's
best, as we quite
400
often see in the
meter
400
hurdles.
hurdles. Real distances on times, right through from 56 to 63 seconds. So chances at PBs by having faster athletes than you've raced against before. That would be the case for Lea Navon and her teammates. Gal Nathaniel, in fact, is only 16 years of age. Rasmussen, European Under-20 bronze medalist 3 years ago. Nafaki, the fastest in the field, 56.14 personal best, the 2-time Balkan champion last year and 3 years ago as well. So she's going very nicely down this back straight. Rasmussen, you can see in the Puma kit, in pink and yellow. And these two rising first as we hit this bend. Decent noise from the crowd entering this home straight now. Rasmussen now falling back from Gnafaki. Noah Levy having a fantastic race, the best of the local athletes. Personal best this year of 58.42. And now in a clear second place. So Gnafaki, watch the clock here. 57.92. He's showing track side. And that won't be a personal best for Gnafaki. It's just a couple of tenths off her season's best. And Levy, she's just outside that recent PB, so still not been a personal best until very recently in Alexandria this month in Greece. A lot of our athletes were also at that meeting. I suppose it's kind of the circuit of this part of Southeast Europe / Middle East, if you like. Some of the Greek, Cypriot and Romanian athletes. He didn't really put a foot wrong there though. Rasmussen perhaps further back than she would have wanted to be. 57.7 at best. The Dane. So one track race, the men's 800 metres coming up in 16 minutes time, and we are watching the conclusion. Very shortly we'll check back in with the triple jump and the javelin. So both of those are women's events. The women's triple jump still in this 4th round now, and we have 4 jumps left in that 4th round. Davila Kilty leading the way still with 14.06. 2 Romanians in the top 4. Elena Telos, 13.69 so far. She needs to improve by 14 centimetres to get into the top 3. In fact, it would have to be 15, thinking about it on countback. 13.84 would be required. It looked to me like she was a little bit short of that in terms of distance. So Pepelnak, she's just 2 centimetres off Ion. So we need 3 centimetres to go up into the top 2. And just Ion and Kilty remaining to jump in this round number 4. Pepelnak, one of 2 athletes who came into this round with a clean series. So it looked like 1364 came up there, so still pretty consistent from the Slovenian national champion. Spectators of all ages, getting a bit late for some. Looking determined on this runway, 21 centimetres behind Kilty. Diana Anna Maria Ion. Very strong in the opening round with 1380, briefly led the way. Eked out a few more centimetres in the 3rd round and now takes the lead, 1407. 1 centimetre ahead of Kilty, who will try and respond right now. Let's have another look. Decent speed here, good placement. It's really that middle phase where she established further momentum, really in control throughout. And a nice long leap to finish it off. Well, Kilty, experienced athlete, very capable of responding here. 1385, then 1406. Great way to start off the competition. And now we'll need a little bit more, but that is a red flag. But that's okay, we've still got 2 more rounds to come, and pressure will end up being on Ion to hold on to only a 1 centimetre lead, with other athletes capable of going over 14 metres also queuing up behind. Zagainova, the teammate of Kilty, in this 5th round then. Surely will want more from this competition than 1310. Looks happier with that effort. 1359, there we are, that's more like it, up into 6th place. Paul Minenko now down into 7th. So Ganova, once again, good acceleration and really pushes out with those legs to get as much distance as possible, and has the athleticism to progress her way through the jump very effectively. Maria Sine. '27-year-old with a best of 14:12. So one of those athletes that, if she gets it all together, could climb up this leaderboard, but not quite on that evidence in particular. Certainly energetic and explosive through the phases, but didn't count in terms of distance. $13.39 for Sine. Minenko, we want to extract more from this competition, in 7th place on home soil. And another who'll have one more attempt. Well, she won her second European outdoor medal with bronze in Munich 2 years ago. Another who's potentially clutching her ankle there, maybe not quite in 100% best shape. Has been seen as a great championship performer. Silver in Amsterdam back in 2016 and 2015 silver behind the great triple jumper Catherine Ibarguen, who's much missed. Linda Susha here. So working our way through this round number 5, Susha, who you may remember just took a bit of time to really get going in this competition, finds herself in 5th place now, 13.63. $13.33 for Susha. In fact, we're showing the graphics for Talos, but yes, Susha has a best of 13.63. That's 30 centimeters off in this 5th round. Talos, as you were really, needs 15 centimeters to go up into the top trio. No medals handed out, but it is a podium of sorts, I guess. You'll get a bunch of flowers if you're lucky. $13.72, so does improve in terms of distance, and I'm sure she'll care more about that than whether she's in the top 3. Also gives him some momentum to carry into the final round in a few moments' time. You're watching live coverage of the Grand Slam winner meeting in the Give Up Ram Stadium in Jerusalem. It's a World Athletics Continental Tour silver meeting. This is one of 6 field events involved today. We've seen men's and women's discus, men's long jump, women's javelin getting started, men's high jump won by Jonathan Kapatolnik of Israel. High rate of attrition. There was all of his competitors who were left in. I think it was 5 of them at 210, 4 had 3 third time failures. We'd lost 2 at the previous height, and suddenly there was just 1 left. He cleared the next height of 215, but looked to be in some pain after that, so called it a day. after attempting 2:19. So Ion penultimate in this order, but don't forget she took the lead in the last round with 14:07, 1 centimetre ahead of Kilty. And the Lithuanian will have an opportunity now. So Ion has left the door slightly ajar. So Kilty next to go. Meanwhile, in the women's javelin, which I'm sure we'll catch up on before too long, I can tell you that Tabachkova is still leading from that first round effort we saw of 58.15. Four athletes over 50 metres. Devile Kilty then. Quite simple really, 14:07 the target. What about the foot placement then? I need to know this colour of the flag. Unfortunately, looks to be red. Kilty will run over and check. As well as these two field events, we're very close to the start of the men's 800 as well. That'll be the final track race of the night. Another Israeli favourite in that, that's Noam Mamou, European under-18 silver medalist in this stadium 2 years ago. Two strong Hungarians in that. Final round though of the women's triple jump. Tsigainova first in this order because she was in 8th place after 3 rounds. She's since moved herself up into 6th place with 13:59. Sometimes when you see those X's, doesn't quite tell the full story of the competition, but essentially started off a little bit disappointingly and found a result she was really pleased with in that 4th round, 5th round indeed. So we're now going through final efforts. Interesting that the wind appears to be a bit more still than it was earlier. So Tsigainova, one chance to improve now. Quite explosive once she gets into the phases of the jump, having not seemed to be as speedy as perhaps was possible on that runway. Seemed to let out a little shriek. She wants to, of course, get closer to 14 metres and higher up the leaderboard. 13:81. So, 4th place for Tsigainova. As we wait and see what the others, including Sine Menenko, can do to try and overtake her. Next though, men's 800 metres, final track race of the night. As ever, decent Israeli contingent, 3 local athletes, 5 international guests.
We are with the men's 800 meter final. מספר 8 יכתיב את הקצב את טיפ שוקריאן פון.
So Tip Chukrianfun, the pacemaker in fact. This is Christian Gabriel Wojciu, big Romanian contingent. He's actually won every Romanian outdoor title since 2020. Balas Vindic, lifetime best 145.91, Hungarian indoor champion. On to Christos Kotitsas of Greece, 6 times Greek champion. Over this distance, Daniel Kula, European under-18 400 hurdles champion, so a bit of a Patrick Dobek vibe, if you get the reference. Noam Mamou, European under-18 silver medalist, as I mentioned 2 years ago. His teammate is Nadav Hadass, 154.14 at
ובשביל
best.
מספר אחת lane number 1 מישראל,
And
יאיר
Yair
סולניק.
Solnik, who is just 17 years of age, won 55.81 new personal best recently in the other main Israeli city, which is coastal Tel Aviv. Which these athletes will have flown into, of course, at Ben Gurion Airport. Here we go then. Kotitsas, Vindic, Hule, Hadas, Mamu, Solnik, Wojciu. 2 laps of the track in this men's 800 metres. Well, quite a long hold for these athletes. In the meantime, I can tell you, we don't seem to have had any jumps in the triple jump since we last were watching it. Hanna Manenko retiring after the 5th round, it looks like, so no final effort for her. Zagainova obviously up into 4th place as we wait and see whether anyone else can improve. Looks like she will be at least 6th, with Susha and Talos potentially could move above her if they can jump further than 13.81. The really exciting part will be to see whether Kilty can go further than 14.07 in the last round. Athletes then were getting ready but have been called back. Maybe there's a technical issue. In any case, Sine, let's watch final jump. 13.47 to this point. Not sure whether she'll improve positionally. It's come up as 13.49. Ends with her best jump of all. Leaves us with 5 more efforts remaining in this last round, the women's triple jump. Linda Susha needs 9 centimetres to go up a place. Well, it's going to be close, certainly. Talosh on 13.72. Susha on 13.63, her best of the year. Wind appears to be quite up and down, but not quite as dramatic as it was for the men's long jump. Everything's at least close to legal. Talos, as we wait for Susha's measurement, it's come up as 13.30, no improvement. 3 more jumps to go. It's come up was on the computer as passed, but you can see that it was taken. In any case, on to Peponak, Slovenia. Would need a lifetime best to climb to the top 2. 14.06 for Kilty in front of her. And Iron, of course, 1 centimetre in front of that. PB of 14 metres exactly. in Bislett Stadion in Oslo last June. .13.83 she has so far, 2 centimetres incidentally off what she jumped to win the Slovenian title a year ago. Just wonder whether the race will go first before this jump. Indeed it will. Could hear the noises of the music just beginning to fade, the dramatic music there. So we are underway with 2 laps of the track then. And a reminder that it's Christos Kotitsas, Balas Vindic, Daniel Huler, those latter 2 names Hungarians, and then 3 Israelis, Nadav Hadas, Noah Mamou, European under-18 silver medalist, and Yair Solnik with Christian Gabriel Wojciuk. Looks like he's early leader behind the pacemaker. He's Tip Chukriantham, Eritrean athlete here, and no one quite going with this pace in fact. So we've got Wojciuk in the pink, then Huler, and then Mamou. Vindic in the black vest in 4th place. So going to hit the bell in 51 seconds. And Huler pushing past Wojciuk. And watch out for his teammate Vindic as well. In a great position. These 5 then quite spread out now. The Israeli youngster Mamou making a good move and passing Wojciuk. And Vindic trying to follow him through. So Hungary, Israel, Hungary, Romania, and then Greece with Kotitsas in 5th place. Gap starting to open up with Wojciuk just cutting the drift. Huler, Mamou, Vindic, all to play for among these 3. Mamou can't quite time this one right. It's Vindic on Huler. Mamou still has something left to give. Gets into 2nd place behind Vindic, who wins. Clock doesn't stop, but it's a really well-timed run. And Vindic, I think, came in really as the favourite. He just held back a little bit, and that was wise. An athlete who, on his home soil last year, competed in the World Athletics Championships in Budapest. Great occasion. Mamou, of course, at the European under-18s. Quite a different sort of scale of event, but ultimately both have had that great opportunity in front of local supporters and appreciating each other's commitments in this very race. Mamou would clearly save something for the home straight, but watching Vindic, didn't quite have the space, but did manage to overtake Huler, and that's probably about his level. Three seconds off Mamou in terms of personal best coming into this one. Huler perhaps come away a little bit disappointed. And ultimately finishing in the order in terms of season's best, Vindic, Mamou and Huler. Wojciuk holding off Kositsas 4th and 5th, and then a big gap back behind them. That concludes the men's 800 metres and also the track action tonight. Back to the triple jump. So, Peppo now, final round, last chance to improve. Needs 23 centimetres. Well, looks pleased with that. I suppose a good all-round competition for the Slovenian. Ultimately, she's not going to get inside the top 2 here. beaten some better jumpers though. Zagainov improving with 13.81 in the final round, will finish 4th. Ion, she's 1 centimetre ahead but jumps first because she improved in the 4th round in the second half of the competition. This triple jump competition going on for just over an hour now, so they've been out there for a little bit of time. The temperature will have dropped during that period. Now a little after 9 o'clock in the evening in Jerusalem. Humidity dropping in the evening as well, even this time of year. Well, Kilty gave it everything, but unable to execute that final jump. Still fairly pleased with her competition, it looks like, and yeah, decent distance of 14.06 and something that I'm sure that she can build on. 14.12 season's best coming in, which was in the UAE, in Dubai in fact. So yeah, interesting. I think we're maybe starting to see more competitions in that particular region, just like with other sports. Obviously Doha hosting the championships before COVID. And this is the full triple jump result. Just 1 centimetre between our top 2 athletes in the end, as it was since Ion of Romania took the lead in the 4th round. Quite a few victories for their contingent. Obviously Ruzo winning the steeplechase, Mihalash then follow that up in the women's 100 metres. Javelin then, last event to conclude. Onya Lisi, multi-eventer, 35.96 for her. So having a look at some of the best performances, knowing obviously some athletes very much capable of going over 50 metres by comparison to Bachkova. So we saw her opening throw, and ultimately that has remained the lead quite a considerable length of time, improving here to 57 metres and 2 centimetres. Again, even if 1 centimetre still an improvement. Just imagine if we measured field marks by half centimetres. Millimetres would be exhaustive. Ivana Duric. So another comfortably over 50 metres with all of her efforts. In 3rd place, Gilarova. Took some time to get going in the competition. Once she has, let's look at fairly solid 52.92 from the 3rd round. So now seeing these final attempts. Duric, good speed on the runway, will push all the way through and block, come to a stop then, transferring that energy into the throw. A lot of these efforts hitting 51.52s. And this, therefore, the final result in the javelin. Tabachkova, Dorozon and Duric, the top 3. Nearly 4 metres ahead for Nicole Tabachkova. Really, really impressive. And that concludes then for this year, this Grand Slam meeting. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to the local organising committee in Israel, putting some smiles on some faces of what is a Obviously a difficult time. Thank you to European Athletics for bringing this coverage. I hope you've enjoyed it, and until next year, it's goodbye. The only thing left to say is have a look out for more of these meetings that will be streamed across the World Continental Tour.